Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a Tuesday. And Tuesdays are definitely better than Mondays. Oh, yeah, Monday yesterday was very interesting. Actually, it did keep me awake. Yes, it did. But it also got me thinking. And, I really wanted to take a nap after yesterday. After court was done, and I was just, a nap would be so good. But nope, no nap for me. I needed to think because I just couldn't understand why all of the socials were abreast with how great this cross was that Alessi did yesterday. And I will say, it is salacious when you embarrass a witness over his CV or whatever. And there is an issue there where if the information is not true, and I get that, but why aren't they attacking the actual information he brought forward? That's the part that's going to really go against their client. I mean, that timeline looked tight, I guess. What is that they say? And yeah, I woke up a little snarky this morning and I've only had a few sips of coffee, so sorry, not sorry, but when you can't do anything about the message, what do? Shoot the messenger? Hmm? Can't attack the evidence, go for the expert? Anyway, there are people out there saying because he lied, that it was a lie. And then I'm looking at LinkedIn and I went to my own page, which hasn't been updated in 15 years. Get ready to lock me up. Um, and when you go to put in your education, it has an expected area where you put the date. But when you fill that date in, it doesn't show expected as the end date. And also, several people were reporting that his CV that he reported to the court was adequate. So he hasn't lied to the court. Something I don't think the defense could say. Really? Sorry. I just can't this morning. Good morning, Maggie. Couch, it's good to see you. And hello, book lover. You're up early. I hope you're having a good morning. I'm not dying. I'm just choking on my own sarcasm here. And I'm getting called out too because people are like, Claire, I thought you were so unbiased. And I'm like, it's really hard for me to stay unbiased when common sense leaves the situation. When people start acting like fools, it's really, really hard for me not to weigh in. I'm sorry. I want to advocate for let's not fall for the hype. Let's take the salaciousness and throw it out the window. You know, remember in the opening statements, there was something that really resonated with me that Hank Brennan said. And I wish the defense had said it. Facts, science, data. That's the hashtag, people. That's the hashtag. Them calling for this witness to actually get fired or that he's never going to get a job as an expert again. Well, it's Aperture that was responsible for the information on the website that they put there, not him. And when answered, I'd like to remind everybody when asked about this issue, the man was honest. The man didn't try to hide anything. I'm wondering if we'll find out more on redirect, but we'll see. But facts still are facts in the evidence that he came up with from the defense's own expert witness. Well, you just can't go against it. And for them to call, I mean, they're out there clamoring bells and everything about it's a late submission of new information. It shouldn't be allowed, and they're breaking the rules. No, they're not. Because I will remind you that right now, as far as late submissions for discovery and information, ARCA is still working on their reports. So please, sit down. If you're going to talk about this situation, talk apples to apples, not apples to pomegranates. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And Hank Brennan had been talking about this time difference all the way in the opening statement. all the way back in November when he got permission to redo the actual boxes on the Lexus, and it went through the court, and the defense had ample time to try to keep it out, but they actually wanted it there, and they wanted their experts there, and they had the same damn information. Here's the point. The information that this man used, it was available to everybody. People that don't deal with facts are starting to really annoy me. Don't come in here with rhetoric. Don't come in here with bullshit. And please, if you don't like my timeline on X, that I want to call out the BS, well, don't follow me. Don't look at it. Because I'm not going to respond to your claims of, well, what about this and what about that? I don't care. I don't think that man should be fired for not finishing his degree, because he's overly credentialed into what he did for the expert on as an expert in this case. And they know it. So we'll see. Is it embarrassing that they're carrying on like this? Hell yeah. Is it an absolute waste of time? Probably. You know, people are saying that the jury is laughing at the prosecution. And I'm like, I don't really think so. I think they are actually laughing at the defense, worrying about a 2015 CV. Literally entered the man's 2015 CV into evidence. I don't know. Yep, typical Cave Johnson getting people CDs. I don't know. You know, it's like really crazy. Oh, and by the way, it was really funny because Karen Reed still has both her jobs listed as if she still lives there. It's still as she still works there. Prison. She's not in either one of those. Alan Jackson hasn't updated his since he was an assistant director attorney when he was running for office. We're talking years ago, people. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Pot, kettle, black. Spare me. Spare me the fake indignation. Spare me the raising of your voice, Alessi, like it's some great gotcha. It's sad to see a lawyer of that magnitude, of that much talent. He's an excellent attorney doing this kind of BS. I can't even believe it was his idea. I can't, honestly. I think he thought other ways to educate himself that was more useful to his lifestyle. Exactly. And a lawyer to actually like try to like say, oh, you're still working on it like 17 years later. Yeah, so what? So real life gets in the way, and not everybody's. Have you seen the price of education lately, people? And a man is not going to get a scholarship for it. He's going to pay for it himself. He might have a family to take care of. He's got a job. He may have changed jobs. Who knows? Unless his company is helping pay for it. If he gets to take 1 or 2 classes a year, he's probably lucky. And you're talking with somebody with experience in this. I went back to college in my 30s. It's the hardest thing I ever had to do. I didn't think I'd make it. I was a freaking lunatic. I had 2 jobs and raising a family and went back to college, and I thought I was going to lose my mind. By the skin of my teeth, I made it. So if he's still going and he ain't half crazy, more power to the man. I'm serious. And I'm not just saying that because I think the whole thing is ridiculous. I'm like, more power to the man. Yeah. Exactly. Hey there. Good morning there, Pete Hutchins. Nice to see you first thing in the morning. You got coffee? I got coffee. You all having coffee with me today? You're just wasting time before you got to go? Well, I'm glad you're wasting your time with us. And I'm going to take that as a compliment because, Jersey and New York, we speak the same language. Well, thank you for having coffee with us and killing some moments, you know? You know what, Couch? And be honest, because you are also in tech in a way, okay? Are not certificates on the equipment and the technology and the actual area that you're going for, are not certificates more valuable than a 4-year degree that when you get out, you don't get a job in, and you're probably not going to use for the first 15 years of your career? basically, when you put a degree on your CV, it just means you finished something. Basically, you don't get a job in math and science. Okay, like, come on. Those certificates are more valuable. Those certificates are targeted. Those certificates are actual usable knowledge on a moment by moment basis. Anybody actually in the industry knows this. Yeah, right? I mean, and they're calling me out. Like, people are like, Claire, I can't even promote you if you're going to be ridiculous like that. I'm like, don't promote me. It's not going to stop me from saying y'all being ridiculous. There's actually YouTube lawyers out there saying that that cross yesterday was one of the best things they'd ever seen. And I'm like, damn, you kissing the butt of an uneducated subscriber base. I'll tell you that. I can't believe what they will do for clicks and views. Some people, it just goes to their head, and I don't care anymore. I really don't. I don't care. Today I have whatever number I have in subscribers, and I know you all think it's a joke, but I don't even look because I don't want to know. The pressure is too much for me. I can't take it. I don't care if they all went away tomorrow, because I didn't start my YouTube channel for anybody else's approval than my own. Every bit of content I put out is just because I want to be able to sleep at night. I said how I felt. I researched what I did. I didn't hurt anybody. I'm not hurting anybody with my opinion that they're acting like buffoons. Not when they're acting like buffoons. Seriously. The best thing on your CV is work experience. Then second is certification, and then college education is third. Exactly. And you know what I've been telling people lately? Because I have to actually, I do some work, actually volunteer at the library asks me to volunteer to help people in placement in English as a second language, and also the elderly doing taxes. Yes, I'm that kind of person. Okay, I do it because I get bored. I haven't done it a lot lately, but when I have educated people to look for a job, to take all the fluff off. Okay. And my friends who I talk to, they know this. And I tell them, you cultivate your resume and to what job you're going for. And if you have to leave stuff off and only focus on certain things that you've done, then do it. Okay. Don't forget trade school. Absolutely, Pete. And there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't make you a liar or uncredible. I mean, thankfully, you don't have to go work for Bob Alessi's law firm. He might pull your 2014 CV if you post it anywhere and use it against you. But your employer wants to know what skills you have for the job you're applying for. And they're gonna, and I know this from hiring, and I've hired a lot of people in my career. And I get a stack of resumes, and I'm going through it, and the ones that actually have skills or it is designed to actually relate to the job, they go to the top of the pile because I'm not wasting my time. It's like this, and the fact that there were law tubers out there actually saying this was the best gotcha ever, and that the whole witness's credibility went in the toilet. And I'm like, I really don't think so. I think that's a crapshoot. It could have done a lot of damage depending on how the jury looks at it. But I'd say the way that he answered those questions, he didn't flinch. He was honest. He didn't try to hide anything. It doesn't affect the data or the evidence that got entered. That's the real thing. Well, we're going to have to see what happens today because he's still on cross. And Alessi's coming back in this morning. Yep, buckle up, buttercups, because, Alessi coming back this morning. Get your coffee, get a nice cushy pillow for your butt, because it's going to be a long one. Let's hope for Karen's defense. And here's where I am unbiased. Karen does deserve a good defense. That means good lawyering. Like, get off this mamby-pamby petty bullshit and go after the evidence. Try to find something in there to get rid of that timeline, because otherwise we just synced up carrying John in the moving vehicle in the same place right before he didn't move again. Did you miss that part yesterday in the testimony, Alessi? Because that's what you need to work on. You need to do something about that. That's what they need to focus on. And it's a little frustration to see all that wasted time yesterday. Seriously. Because if I was on the jury, I really don't care if the man has a degree or not. The fact that John, Karen in a moving vehicle are in the same place at the same exact time right before he stops moving is critical information. Critical to the case. Sorry, that Pete. Did I swear? What did I say? Did I actually swear? I don't mean to curse at you people, and I don't mean to be aggressive. I just can't believe this stuff sometimes. I really can't. I'll send you a recording, Pete, of all my best curses. It's the Jersey in me, so I can't help it.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Here we have Mr. Burgess, please.
Okay, so hopefully no sidebar first. Witness is actually coming back onto the stand.
You're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct? On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all
Correct.
on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay,
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woog, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct. They
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01. Correct.
I'm sorry. Thank
Yes.
you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wool. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wood. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I'll let him have this.
Okay. Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022. Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
Or
what
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies and, when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Exhibit BBB ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at Sidebar, Mr. Whitmore?
First sidebar, it's not fair to only list part of it. The whole report should come in so the witness can use it to defend himself. Yes, indeed, I do believe. They'll argue. Well, Alessi is doing some lawyering this morning, and I'm really happy for that. For Karen Reed to actually get some adequate lawyering in there. Yep, an actual look at the data would be good, right, Liam? Already on the socials, they're saying that the slides were all wrong, and they're not. He said he misspoke during the direct when asked about the date, and he did. He gave the wrong date, but the slides are correct as far as when things happened. It's fascinating how they run with stuff. I'm just hoping that the jury themselves can keep it straight. It is a lot of technical information. For me, it's some of the most important information that we've gotten to date and totally new to the case because it was not firmed up in the first trial. Good morning. Popping in and out. I hope you have some coffee or tea. I haven't posted it yet in the chat. I was just finishing up my timeline, but we're continuing cross. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not it. Oh, forget that message. I can't even delete my own messages. I literally just copied something else, and every once in a while, Windows does me wrong. Coffee for sure. I know I've got a big cup here.
Yeah, continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
And for
Your
those
Honor,
of us
this
counting,
time,
this is sidebar.
I offer Exhibit
Number 1.
BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Yes.
Exhibit 189. Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we can
to
call
use
it-
whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a tech stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay,
And I'm also request. May I approach, please?
yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. What we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a tech stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 tech stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with your honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:02 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:02 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? You see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do
that.
you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Sidebar number 2. It's interesting how he's trying to get in on the evidence of the other experts and the challenges there, instead of challenging the information that Burgess is putting forward first. The January 30th report doesn't have the designation of eliminating the exact time difference between the Lexus and the phone. That was narrowed down after in the May report. So I think anything, if you look at it in the January report, is going to be skewed and it can be pulled out that way. So I don't know. Yeah, Maggie, some of it does appear that way, but it's not exactly because he's changing the way he's asking the question. It's very technical, and I can imagine the jury is scratching their head right now. Someone had posted on the socials that more than 50% of the jury does not have a college degree and has no idea who what Lincoln is, because they're not in the high professional fields. So I don't know. It could be bullshit. I just thought it was funny. I think they were running polls. Dave was doing that yesterday too. Yeah, Liam, I agree. I want to see the inaccuracies in his report. Besides that date thing, which he said but did not put in the actual submission. Just like the Lincoln is not what was submitted to the court for his CV. People are like so strange. Like they're actually reporting that he's fired as a joke and that he's been hired by Celebrite. People are pulling his Aperture that has a watermark over it, not to be used for expert witness submission like a CV, you know. And they're saying that that means he was fired. No, it doesn't mean he's not an expert witness. It means you can't use the Aperture listing of credentials to submit to the court for expert witness testimony. Like you need his actual CV. I don't know. That was, that I've seen that before on so many. So I don't know. People are so crazy. All of the certifications in the actual job are like pretty immense. I'm just looking over what Aperture has all of the papers and everything listed, all the certification. Mm-hmm. It's true, Jin. I forgot about that. If you have face recognition up on your phone, you could have auto lock automatically set up. You don't actually have to tell it. But the other witness with me did testify that it was a something. It was with the with his some kind of interaction that they do believe the lock that he did press the lock. It's not unreasonable that he did. If after being hit he was trying to get help. Um, if it was in his hand, it did end up under him though. The phone ended up under him. Most phones lock automatically. I know mine does. I gotta constantly put in my passcode. I have an iPhone. And we're back. It was nice visiting with you, Fan.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
with the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know
Sorry.
you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According to
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Alessi?
I'm going to keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think it needs to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Sidebar number 3 already. I'm waiting to see what the valid point's going to be, because the information that's actually being addressed, first of all, is not the information submitted by this witness. It is from the same company, but that witness has not testified yet. And it's all prior to the superseding information and report. It's all from January in the original reports. Well, Ian Whiffen did testify recently, so it does actually appear on there, and he does say that there was a clock adjustment, but he doesn't have the exact amount of clock adjustment that needs to be made. But he does mention that there does need to be a clock adjustment. I heard that in the testimony. I think we all did over those days. Well, now we're going to go to Dr. Welcher's report. I don't know. I'm wondering, you can lay all this groundwork and he's going to muddy the waters in advance to try to pre-take credibility from the testimony, I guess, which is strategic. And, the defense has got to do what they can to try to discredit this new information that straightens out the timeline. Making up for the lost sidebars of yesterday, perhaps, Jin. Perhaps they are. I'm trying to keep them straight, though. That's 3 so far. I'm trying to stay on it. I'm using, just the little sticks. I'm counting sticks, making little dashes on my paper. It's a modern technology world. Like, everything's all super tech, and here I am just using stick figures. And comfortably so, and unapologetically. Yeah. Whatever works. These chairs for the defense, they look very, very comfortable. And they're totally different than the prosecution. Has anybody noticed? They have very stiff looking, uncomfortable chairs. These look very comfortable, so modern, cushy. I wonder if that's the whole report. Hmm. Those benches in the galley cannot be very comfortable at all. They're like church pews, solid wood. Oh, we're gonna get spend some time with the fan. Hello, fan. Oh, not very much. Just a quick little peek they gave you there, couch. Make us all a little happy. We are almost an hour into testimony with Mr. Alessi already.
Your Honor, and approach the
I mean, in
witness.
cross,
Thank you.
rather.
Sure. I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is 1 page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD,
Pardon me?
on D, exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit DDD, exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need the
That
other
the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment, but my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. let me see if I can clarify this in this my question. Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand, but that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSoga demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical support, or excuse me, final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Gold. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before sorry, misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After, can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of
Cor-
Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustain.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustain.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to
Do
sustain.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh my. Okay. They're saying that the jury is practically like becoming comatose, at least some of the commentators. Other ones are saying that they're stretching, they're looking at Alessi, they're looking at the witness, they're shaking their heads. Some of them are still writing some notes. Some of them are actually reading their older notes, and like it's hard to tell if they're actually listening because they're like looking through their notes, filtering through papers. This is getting rough. But how is he going to get him to actually give opinion on somebody else's report? I don't think that's really adequate. And I think he keeps doing it because, I don't know. I mean, I can't understand because it all can be countered. Unless, of course, their expert isn't going to testify. Based on the new information, they don't want to come forward with their report that's now all off. And they haven't submitted a new report. So maybe they're not testifying, and maybe he's doing this to try to muddy the waters on it all. because he's not going to have, the defense is not going to have a witness, an expert witness to counter. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, how is, just because he works for the same company, they're in different departments, and how is he supposed to attest to whatever this is supposed to stay? It just doesn't seem fair. And he can ask it, and he doesn't have, he can just say he doesn't know. He's really trying hard to find a client-shaped hole in his testament. Yeah. I mean, it's only 10:45 and the jury's asleep. This is not a good sign for the day. This was sidebar 4, right, guys? Okay. Let me just go back up and see before I type it. Oh, God. So much typing. Where is it? Yep, sidebar 4. My little sticks. Yikes. Oh, no, it's hard, right, Liam? He's asking him to testify to a general understanding, and that seems to be, why? To go back and perjure, like to try to impeach him at a later date or impeach the other one, like on basically on what somebody else said? Like, no. Yeah, I just, it's time to kind of like wrap it up. They're getting towards morning break time before lunch. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this sidebar turns into the morning break. But that means we would have more Alessi after the break. I don't know. The more I look at the socials, the crazier things get. The one thing that guaranteed with this case is that everyone is it's one side or the other, It is definitely, everybody looks at it one way or the other, right? Like it's easy, pro or con. It's very divided. I'm trying to see where, I want to point out some fair points that Alessi made, but I don't mean this like shade, but I really am having some difficulty trying to see. We're getting a good look at the fan. I would imagine we're not going to get to redirect until after the morning break. I do hope we get to it before the lunch break. I'm just thinking, if we're all thinking like this in the chat, and I'm thinking, like, I can imagine what the jury's thinking right now. Oh, if they are. Because just like, the one thing it does is, well, redirect will happen, and then they will focus back on the actual evidence that was entered. via the testimony, address some of the questions that came up where the witness was not able to answer fully. You know, I will give this witness credit for all the push that he's getting from the defense, and he's getting some major push. He is keeping a level head. You can see he's annoyed, but he's not letting it get the best of his answers. He's trying to get a full answer out there. He does get stopped sometimes, but when he can, he gets it in there. And he's not being disrespectful. He's being quiet, reserved, and just calm. And that has to, you know, resonate with the jury also. He's not being overly defensive. At least I don't see it. What do you guys think? Oh, we're coming back. Liam, the fan does have good points. Thank you for that. Give me a little chuckle. Karen Reed looks rather pensive.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a tech stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do see
You
collision.
see the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying tech stream events 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every tech stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have tech stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a tech stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to tech stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a tech stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A tech stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess.
Okay, morning recess.
All right, please.
Anybody want to weigh in on where that was going? 206. Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy, huh? Let's see, 15 minutes. 15 minutes, everybody take a big stretch. You got your hopes up there for a little bit of data analysis. What's this? Wait, let me read it appropriately. I got my hopes up there for a data analysis and not a nitpick of words in actual cross reports. I know. Defense must be trying for unreasonable. Absolutely. I mean, that's what for unreasonable instead of reasonable doubt. I got the play on words there, wrote it. I almost didn't catch it. I almost was like, what? Yeah, big. I know. I'm trying not to do the big sigh because this is an element that's necessary, and this is the path the defense has decided to take in regards to this. And well, they get their fair play. I can admit to not understanding it, not going to see the relevance because Brennan's just going to stand back up and redo the actual evidence that he is not taking any points away from. I know it's taking so damn long. He's losing the jury. I mean, this point about if he's going to get into time framing and actually methodology of this evidence, I mean, that's valid. That's very, very valid. And pushback, and the jury will, it'll resonate with them, but it's got to get there before he loses them. What do you want to talk about for 15 minutes? The graphs were really good about the syncing up of the data from yesterday. The ones that Shanon Burgess presented. Hi, Maggie. There are sensors on my car that tracks with the car calls an accident when I hit a raccoon. Yeah, our cars are full of them. As a matter of fact, in yesterday's presentation, and they showed a picture of like all of the different sensors that are in a car all over the place, the doors in the back and up near the front, up near the windshield, up near the rearview mirror, like everywhere. All tracking all different kinds of data. And then if you have a rear camera that goes on, it can't tell the difference. I see. I can relate to taking a report apart. I have had mine eviscerated and also destroyed those of colleagues when they were written for systems which would injure people if they fail. Well, I get it. And that has to happen. Absolutely. I wish I saw more relevance to it besides the jury just getting like swamped. Oh, you mean hitting a raccoon or an accident? Like it can't tell what. It just knows that an event has happened with the vehicle. "86 comments just on the first page of an introduction." Well, that's a lot of comments there, Liam. That must have been some introduction. There is one lawyer that oh, that's what I can do. I can give you a video to watch. Like I did watch a lawyer last night who I actually commented on his video. I normally don't comment on videos because I don't want anything coming back to the channel, you know, like people get all ornery and stuff like that. But this one, this lawyer, Matt Timpanic, he's on X. And this lawyer's video, let me just post this link in the chat for you guys over on both YouTube. He actually approached the whole thing with some common sense, and it was just so refreshing. He looks at the evidence. He's trying to sort through the rhetoric. He did not watch the first trial. He's new to this. It's a very small account. He's giving an opinion. He just wants to wade through it, and he did it in such a simple, common sense kind of way. It was really rather refreshing. And I didn't I'm not just following him because like yesterday he kind of agreed with some of the stuff. He was kind of saying, I wouldn't say he agrees. He doesn't know what I'm saying. He doesn't watch me or anything like that. But what I mean by that is that they were similar. We were going along a similar path of thought in regards to some of the things that were happening. And it's always nice, for one, anyone with an actual law degree working in the system to actually be going along those thought paths. Then it knows I'm like, sometimes the common sense way does make sense, especially if you're trying to relate like how it's going to present to a jury. And he did agree. He was giving out the same kind of opinion in regards to how things were relating to the jury. I was helping out as a secondary reviewer. The main manager got more before we both gave up and had the report returned to unreadable. I guess if there were that many comments, I can imagine that it was not serving its purpose at all, was it, there, Liam? Yeah. Oh, there's another YouTube channel that Mandy had posted for us in there that also was doing a profile on some of the evidence. And this one was good. This is a very interesting one because like the title alone, this is Profiling Evil. That's the name of the channel. There's not the title of the video, but the title of the video is Guilt by the Evidence or Doubt by Design. So it kind of does the whole play back and forth on when are we really going to start looking at the evidence, and of course, how are they coming out with doubt by design, just like definitely laying out that doubt, which is the defense's job. You can't fault them for that. That's what they need to do, Well, I hope some of you are still awake. This part gets hard, sitting and waiting and sitting and waiting. And I am finding it hard to have a lot to talk about today because that just shows you that this cross is not getting anywhere. There's nothing I can expand on. Like I am rather flustered by it, actually. I was chastised for my afternoon thumbnail already. I did use Mr. Burgess for today because I knew he was coming on. But yeah, I got a message that it wasn't very nice. Apparently Karen Reed's making a face in my thumbnail with her eyeballs all big. It was captured, I believe, yesterday after some testimony. I try not to be unkind, but sometimes it's off. I thought it was a good picture of how they were reacting to evidence. How's anybody working on the bingo card? It must be pretty rough because nothing's actually coming about, right? Yeah, I would agree there, Liam. It does require a good team to write an internally and externally valid. Yep. Chastised bear. What am I being chastised for? I was chastised for the thumbnail. Yes, it was somebody else. It wasn't you, Liam, thankfully. Leon, it wasn't. Don't let me give you guys the impression it was him, because it wasn't. No. It was one person on Twitter and then another person in my DMs. Usually I get praised for my thumbnails. Yeah. It's not easy to come up with fresh ideas, when you've got like 2 to do a day for the trial. I run out of ideas. The fan is one of my favorites. I do the fronts of the courthouse, the inside courtroom, different combinations of all of the players, the defense team, and the prosecution team, and the judge, some of the witnesses. It depends. I'm trying very hard not to yawn. Definitely need more coffee. Okay, so what are the odds that Alessi wants to do a recross after the redirect? What do you think? Usually they can only do that if something new comes up. Hopefully, Mr. Brennan will be sticking to correcting some of the answers that Mr. Burgess didn't get to complete or fully put out. I didn't alter any of the faces in the image. No, I didn't. I used it exactly how it was put out on the internet, Liam, actually. But they said that I portrayed her in a not flattering way, and it's not fair. Yeah. Well, oh, you think so there, Couch? Definitely. And Liam says 100% unless he's coming back. Oh my gosh, I'm reading wrongs. And how long? Do you think he'll finish before lunch? I mean, I worry about this break, that he's going to get more energized. Like, let's come up with more things he wants to talk about. Yeah, it's not stopped them before. You're right, Liam. It hasn't. Yes, I mean, she did. She's the one making those faces in court. I mean, oh, excuse me. No, I was eating fruit while Alessi was lulling me into a coma. Some blueberries and some strawberries, and now I have a little bit of agita. Even if no doors are opened, he'll want to get back up there and start right back at the beginning of his first cross. Oh no! Yes, he did that before, didn't he? Oh gosh, what was the witness? Well, I think Judge Cannone stopped it. Like he went right back, like to the beginning, and it was like ask and answer. What the. I wonder who is going to come up next. I wonder if it will be the other Aperture witness. I don't know. We have to get the rest of the car data in. We've got the accident reconstructionist. Wonder if we're going to hear any clips today. We didn't hear any clips yesterday, did we? Did we? Oh, it all bleeds together after a while, doesn't it? Well, as far as I know, we've got a full week of court, half a day on Friday as usual. I did hear that the prosecution could rest by Thursday, by the end of tomorrow, actually. We shall see. It's hard to even tell, and I never know who to believe on the socials, even the reporters, because they don't say where they're getting the information. They haven't heard them say that in court. Usually, Judge Cannone will ask, and then we will hear it. If it's not at a sidebar or, she doesn't mute. Oh my, I'm gonna need some fresh air. I have to open more windows to stay awake for the afternoon with Alessi. And now that I said that, if for any reason my dog interferes and I'm not here for like a sidebar, or if they go to break, y'all gonna think I fell asleep. I'm taking a nap. you know, based on today's testimony, that could be true. Somebody made a really snide kind of remark on X yesterday. They kind of stole the internet. It was in regards to Karen Reed, and they said if only she battled her alcoholism as hard as she battles reality, meaning she wasn't based in reality. Like that was cold, definitely cold. But like after the weekend, everybody was circling. They were everywhere on the socials. Were pictures of her and Alan Jackson either at a bar drinking from from before that, or buying vodka at Whole Foods. Shopping together, casual weekend stuff. Anyone waiting to chastise you for using a picture which accurately portrays her in court should look at the people who are vilifying witnesses who were just reporting as part of their jobs, and how they have been harassed just for taking the stand. Exactly. Um, Burgess actually took his LinkedIn down because of comments that were being left. I'm not so sure if his Aperture is still up, but after yesterday, he got a flock of media attention to all of his socials. And I do know the LinkedIn came down so that they could not put the negative comments, because there's a grading system on there. It's so unfair. It really is so unfair. Yeah, I don't blame him for taking it down at all. It's not relevant anyway, really. I mean, Karen Reed and Alan Jackson should take theirs out. I mean, Alan Jackson's is like the funniest because it's still this him as the assistant, prosecuting attorney, like district attorney, and how he was running for office. And like that was quite a while ago. It's pretty funny. And Karen Reed, well, she hasn't had either of those jobs in a while. I think since before the first trial. Still says she works there. Says till present. It's always amusing with the pot kettle black stuff. Totally. I'm going to see. They had a witness list. I checked my Lincoln thing. Apparently, I'm still in New Mexico. Oh my, Mandy. You're gonna get like, all jacked up like I am. Mine's like 10 years old. I haven't touched it in forever. I even forgot I had it because I barely even used it. You know, oh my god, it's so ridiculous. How you doing today, love? It's been a rough morning, and he's I'm having a hard time keeping awake. 2018. Hi, hi, hi. Oh, I'm glad you and me both. Like we are so. I mean, it's kind of funny, you know. I know. Why did it pick up everything you said? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, you got the laps in a mile. 84 laps is a mile. That's pretty cool. A mile and a third. Oh, even more. That is a pretty intense swim. I admire you a lot for getting up first thing and doing that. But what a way to start the day, right? You just get it done right away. It's probably the best way. It's a good plan. Couch says, I'm not certain, but I have multiple LinkedIn accounts because an old job was weird about everyone having one. I know. Right? I don't even remember the last time I even went to LinkedIn. I really don't think that people who take part in social media comment bombing just because they can't reconcile that someone else has a difference of opinion are any better than school bullies. You know what? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Yep. It's very impressive, isn't it? You know, Liam, she's doing so fantastic taking care of her health and making changes. And she's been sticking to it too, moving forward. A mile and a third is like a lot in the morning there. Starting your day right. Pete came by for a little while this morning. We had coffee with this when we first started, and we did not open with a sidebar today, Mindy. Although we are on sidebar 4. Well, this is morning break. We've had people popping in and out. It gets to be tedious with this kind of testimony. I mean, I can't blame people for not wanting to hang out. I'm going to need an alarm to keep me up. He's really going to put me under, I think. You should treat yourself a little bit, Nev, Mandy. That's the thing, like a little bit of balance. You stick to the program and then give yourself small rewards. Keep yourself energized. A 1 kilometer rocket couch was a pretty big deal. I'm super impressed by it. Yeah, we should all be. Betty deserves it. It's just she's been doing it for a while now and really sticking to it and seeing really good results. And congratulate her. She's 70 pounds down now, right? I think that's what she just wrote. And we're almost going to hit 70 pounds this week and deserves to reward herself a little bit. She's been doing this all while working and all while still taking vacations and dealing with families and birthday parties and holidays and everything else. And she's still stuck with it. She's swimming every day and walking. I've talked with her walking when we have our little walking talks, right, Mandy? And then uh, it's the consistency and it's the fortitude. And she says how much better she's feeling too, right? Because you like don't drink coffee now either. You drink shakes. Like I don't think you have a lot of caffeine or sugar, right? You made some other changes at the same time. I will admit I'm drinking a little more green tea. I still have my coffee in the morning, but like sometime later in the afternoon, I've been switching over to my green tea. Lunch, walk, and talks. I know. I have not really been able to have many conversations lately. My voice, as you can hear, it just doesn't want to cooperate on some days. And so I'm resting in between. I don't think I'm going to do a true crime tonight. There are a few cases. I mean, the Kohlberger case is getting really interesting. And I want to do like a deep dive on it. I do have a Life, the Universe, and Everything coming out this week, probably Wednesday. It should have been out last Wednesday. It is a little behind. But I am going to get it out for this Wednesday. And then, we've got regular trial until Friday. And I think Friday's always a half day. Is that correct, Mindy? Do you remember? I'm pretty sure. Like the last few Fridays, I think it's been a half day. So I think they planned it that way. I think court is like a half day on Friday. You have your coffee, no sugar except natural sugars in food. Yeah, I don't put sugar in my coffee. Yeah, the Diddy case is a lot. I'm doing an update every week on that. I'll probably do one Thursday early. An update on the whole thing. 'Cause I got plans for the weekend. I'm going to do my Saturday stream. Friday, I've got Black Mirror. We're going to do Hotel Reverie with Mr. Mayotte from West Side Gal. Mhm. Oh, Maggie, you used to swim 3 miles in the river. Went on vacation daily, and I don't really like to swim in dark water either. That's amazing, and that's a lot. Yeah, it is with the current and everything. I would imagine it definitely is. But it is such a good non-impact exercise. It really is. It kind of, gets it there with the doing the exertion and strength building and everything, but without actually a lot of impact on your body, stress impact of any nature, like running and jogging can. I mean, not that they're not good things to do, um, but they are impact. Some of us can't do impact like myself at all. Mm-mm. It's a 25, what is it, mile? The pool itself? No, it's a meter, a 25-meter pool, right? Goes by meters, Mandy. Hmm. Yeah, 25 meters. Look at that. Now you're motivating Couch to kind of see if he can beat that now. Standard size, right? Lap pool. Yep. Okay. Thanks, guys. Totally out of my element there. I haven't been I mean, I live at the shore and I don't go swimming a lot. I swim usually on vacation. Oh, there was this one lovely place at the Mirror Lake Inn in the Adirondacks, and they had an indoor pool. So I wasn't exposed to the elements or anything. And it had a waterfall and all, and it was just lovely. And I would do laps, and just, swim around. And it had little benches everywhere. That's cool. I used to like to do that once a day when I was on vacation. Hey, JC, how are you? Welcome back. They're on morning break. They should be coming back any minute actually. Oh, the fan is up. I can see it spinning. Couch, would you like me to put the fan up so you can watch it spin for a little bit? Oh yeah, he got a paddleboard and he follows you when you swim. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're fans of the fan. Yeah, JC. Like we sit up here and we put the fan up. Yeah. And there's two fans, and then we go back and forth. And then there's the dangling dome light, M equals made up units to you guys. Oh, stop it, Liam, with your UK. Like, no, it's a 25-meter pool. You know what? It's pretty clean. I was noticing that they did a close-up yesterday, JC, and I was like, oh, they must have cleaned over the weekend. It is a random thought, but you're not alone. These random thoughts have hit quite a few of us here. We get a little corny about it, actually. Hey, good morning, Shillo. Good afternoon. Thank you for the super sticker, love, with the nice big cup of coffee that you bring me every day. I do love it. Thank you so much. That's a huge cup of coffee in that sticker. Yeah, it's a pretty famous fan. I've seen it on a multitude of thumbnails. I'm guilty myself for including it in a thumbnail or two. Yeah. It's very clean. And they're back. 237.20. I hear them. And it sounds like the jury is going into the box.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text
That's
stream
a good
data event
question.
doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right.
on the vehicle.
You had
Correct.
said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. you would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the, overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burgess is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Where to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro SD
understood.
card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Well, witness is still pretty calm. That was grueling. I agree, Mandy. It doesn't change the trigger event. And I think that's the important part of the evidence here. And I do believe that Hank Brennan will be redirecting on it. But we'll see.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
There's a promise of a recross there for you. Oh no. I was hoping not. But hey, they gotta do what they gotta do, right? You're listening and working? You and Mandy both did, JC. Oh, and Rocky Couch, he's working too at the same time. All right,
Good afternoon.
we're redirect.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, Did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
Stephen Jobs,
yes,
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024.
correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect, or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
That was Yannetti, and he was using his voice that is, come on, they're dismantling everything that we just did. In other words, it's okay for them to make alleged remarks, but it's not okay for the prosecution to correct it. I don't think that they should go after the defense expert witness. I really don't. And I do think that Hank Brennan has to be a little careful here about how he addresses this. Let the man clarify his answers, but you have to let it come from him. You have to formulate that question in a certain way. And yeah, objection. We don't like the answers. I know, Mandy. It's frustrating, but it is true. And I think this is sidebar 5. Let me mark it before I forget. I don't want to take a, I don't want to pick on the defense too much. I'm trying to be, they have to do what they have to do, but it does make them look bad when Hank Brennan did just show that he never reported to the court that he had the degree. And actually, the degree, he didn't lie to the court at all. In a LinkedIn from God knows years ago in a 2015 CV, that's like BS. Like, stick to the data, science, facts. That's what you should be going after. And then they want to actually object
When you
that they're
realized
made
your
look petty.
error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mrs. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
Move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
If we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Sustained, ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again, we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs, it's not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
Turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorger's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments. And and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization.
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
Number 6. And I think that the defense is getting annoyed at their expert witness testimony being dismantled. But I'll bet you that's Yannetti saying, hasn't this gone on long enough? Which is kind of ironic, to say the least. Well, 6 sidebars before lunch. That means we're in good shape to kind of perhaps go over today and get a new bar. 13 was the most that we've had so far. Turtle, you're very funny. The negative 28, is that adding to the defense's stress levels? Yeah, well, definitely. It has gone on enough, but not because of the direct or the redirect. Well, I mean, he is being very precise on the redirect, and I'm sure the defense wants us to wrap up. It's very targeted, and it's full answers, and as long as it's clear to the jury, it's very damaging, actually. Anyone to take a side bet on whether LawTube actually accurately portrays the redirect? Some of the channels will be fair to both sides. What a lovely view of the fan. Yeah, I'm sure. Actually, because he did spend a lot of time muddying the water there for a reasonable doubt. but I do believe that the prosecution's doing a good job. Commonwealth has come out redirecting on facts, science, and data, just reiterating on the actual evidence that's on the record and what it actually means. And what I like about this witness is he's very composed. Even with all that pressing from Alessi, he, they tried to get a full answer out. He wasn't really aggressive. He was calm. And the best answer he gave so far is that he's there for the jury, to help the jury understand the issue. And so he found it that he had to correct some of this information that wasn't fully correct in order for the jury to understand the data. We should be going to lunch soon. It's like 5 minutes to 1. Maybe he'll finish the redirect after lunch. But you guys still think that Alessi's going to want to recross? But they didn't address anything new. The coming in of the report was because he opened the door with pages of the report and wanted Shanon Burgess to actually give testimony about his expert's report, and that opened the door for this whole thing to come in the way that Hank Brennan's doing it now. I don't know if he's going to get to recross on that, since it's an issue they opened up, and he actually addressed the issue already with the witness. But she's usually, if they want to, she's usually very fair. If they even say they want to, she usually lets them. Yeah, I saw that. He's also very conspiracy-minded, the turtle moves. Like, from what I saw, like some of the conspiracy stuff he's been getting, I was just like, what? Like, that just doesn't even make any sense. No common sense. He came up with a couple of other trials that I was following, and I just like, nope. I don't know. He's got an odd take sometimes. Yeah, they only wanted that one page entered, remember? Now he's going page by page, which is hilarious. Right? Because he wanted to answer the whole thing as soon as they brought it up.
15-minute lunch because of the reason I was to be here. I thought it would be quicker. It's my fault. So go for lunch, and Mr. Burgess, again, you can
Yeah,
follow
thank you.
All right, please, Jared, follow me.
All right, so the jury's going to lunch. So that's going to be that. She said 15-minute lunch. So they'll be back by 2, and then we're out of here by 4. I'll be back by 4:15, just to make sure that they're not coming in earlier. But it seems they're still at Sidebar. But I guess we will continue with Hank Brennan after lunch with more redirect and see where it goes. Well, true. When the witness is getting harassed, that is very, very difficult. Yeah, Maggie, I kind of agree there. But this witness held up, and like I said yesterday, I don't think this man is going to get fired because Aperture knows where he's at with his bachelor degree. In there was a lot on the socials about that. There was a lot of badgering of him. And it just didn't make any sense to me. I thought, like, why? I mean, all his credentials, his certificates, and what he does are hands-on and current, and it doesn't have anything to do with the bachelor's. Oh, there's people just taking the joke out of it out there, because it's taken him 17 years to get his bachelor's. And I'm like, I don't think that is going to matter to a jury at all. because if they the one thing that Alessi did by keeping him on the stand as long as he did was show how confident and credible he is. He did not get flustered. He answered directly. He answered all the questions, and he tried very hard to give the information in a way that the jury could understand it. I don't think it's the big win that everybody said yesterday it was for the defense, especially not after the redirect. What do you guys think before I leave? I want to. You think that they will find this witness credible, because that's actually the issue in front of the jury right now, whether they find this testimony credible and the evidence understandable. They know he didn't misrepresent himself, and that's key, right, to credibility, Liam? Like, yep. Well, I know that his employer knows he didn't misrepresent himself, but do you think the jury will feel he didn't misrepresent himself? Hmm. Comparing his comments to ours makes me wonder if he's watching the same trial. Sometimes I feel like that too, Turtle. It's funny how, we all have a different perspective of things as they happen. And I guess it's how you approach it, and how much knowledge you have of other things that are going on in the trial and where you're getting your information. What's the source of that information? Exactly, Turtle Moves. That's what I was saying yesterday. I took a lot of heat on, in a couple of messages for that, but like I stand by it. It just doesn't make any sense to me, common sense wise, like not even getting technical into the lawyering of it and all the rest. It just didn't make any sense. Mm. All right, guys. Well, they're out to lunch. Let me get the next stream up for you and give you the link. I'll get to my channel over here. And we'll all take a nice break, and hopefully, oh, this is the thumbnail I took the heat for. Sorry. Oy, oy, oy. And we will be back before they come back. I'll come on a few minutes early. It was never submitted to the court. He had a degree. Exactly. It said pending next to it on the education. He submitted it correctly to the court, which is what matters. He did not defraud the court, which, listen, I know I'm like beaten, over and over again, but it's not something the defense can say. Okay. Like, man, really, they got a lot of nerve. All right, guys. I think that's it. I'm just going to wrap it up because they're just going to show us that fan. Even if the sidebar is over, they're not going to pop back on, I don't believe. And if they do, it's not going to be anything really big. Unless I hear about it later, and then I'll be mad. But we're going to take a break for lunch, and we will be back with the afternoon stream a little before 2. And so, that is very generous of you, Liam. He's always doing stuff like that, Mandy. In about just under an hour, because she said 15 minutes to the jury. So, like, I'm thinking, like, I have it set for 1:45. I'll probably come back 1:45, 1:50. I'll have the thing up so I make sure I hear it. But I'm going to go take care of Toro and stretch my legs and get some air, like, to wake myself up. Y'all have a good break. Stretch, do the Newman stretch, okay? You know, don't forget to smile, you know, get some air if you can. Do what you can, you know, get something to drink, maybe a little snack. And hopefully I will have some of you over here to keep me company this afternoon. And we'll see where this redirect goes. Thanks for joining me. Don't forget to like, share, and comment. And I'll see you in a little bit.